Looks like we're live this time. There we go. Took a couple of attempts, had to close OBS and restart it, and then it suddenly clicked. So, back to where we were. I found a couple of really, really nice mod maps that I've been looking at, and I've been kind of experimenting a little bit with some AI. This is a really, really big, but really, really nice map. And I've been trawling through mods to expand my selection of locos as well. This is a really nice map that would work really well for a lot of different things. You could do American theme on this. The ceiling just fell down from somewhere. I'm not sure where that came from. Let's get rid of that. And on top of that, you could also do European trains, you could do British trains, you could do modern, you could do diesel if you wanted to. The only thing it doesn't have is overhead catenary wires. So, I mean, if you wanted to do trains with pantographs, I mean, you could, but they would look a little out of place. But it is a lovely, lovely layout. This is by the same map maker as the one that I've been working on converting from 2-track to 4-track mainline. But this one is a little bit different, and I absolutely adore it. So we're going to get some trains going, and then we're going to start to try and get it up and running with some AI commands so we can get it to focus on specific areas. There's no stations on this one, is there? So actually, let's maybe choose a map with a station. Oh no, we have got a station here. It's just a one platform. Do we have any other stations anywhere? At least we've got one here that we could work with. Let's stick a drawer down here. Let's edit the options on this. So I want to have a handle to open it so I can close it and push it away. There we go. Let's open up the move tool and push it in. Let's get the frame just sticking out like that. There we go. And then we'll lower it down so it doesn't stick up through the bottom like that. There we go. Perfect. Maybe let's see if we can just take it in just a touch more. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. That's spot on. That's exactly where I want it. And now I need to apply that so that it is in place. But before we do that, I'm actually going to pick up... Actually, no, not that. Just plonk that there and then get rid of it. I want to plonk another one of these next to it. There we go. And again, we're going to just reposition this. Sitting flush. And then we'll just move it across a bit. Where the perfectionist in me starts to go crazy when I can't get things perfectly lined up. That's close enough. Alright, there we go. And then that's another one. I don't want a third one. Let's get rid of that. Let's open this up and we'll click apply. There we go, and that's now locked in place. And we'll apply that one as well. And let's dive straight into some trains to stick on there. First off, we've got this lovely Flying Scotsman, but it does not have active AI built in it. That's not a problem because I do want to be testing whether I can get AI stuff interacting with trains that don't have built-in AI as well. In theory, I should be able to. So let's get a Scotsman going. I did manage to find a mallard. I was searching for one the other day, and I did eventually find one. page. There we go. With a mallard. Might change the direction on these in a minute. Let's get some coaches for these as well. So let's just go with some let's see, let's get the Coronation Scot out as well. This one is an AI train as well as the mallard, so I want there to be some trains with active AI, so I can just click and set and forget on those. Just reverse that. There we go. Coronation Scot model here is lovely, and it comes with matching coaches as well. We want a few of these. Let's go with five normal coaches, and then a brake coach on the end. That's the wrong way round. There we go. Get everything connected up. There we go. So that's our first train. Let's get some different coaches for the other two trains. Got some lovely chocolate coaches somewhere. Here they are. I'm going to use these for the Scotsman, I think. So again, we've got a brake coach. Make sure it's the right way round. Push that out of the way. 2, 3, 4. 5. There we go. So we've got two 6 coach rakes. There we go. And then I need some coaches for the mallard. Let's go with some green coaches, I think. These aren't ideally the ones I would normally run, but just want to have easily identifiable trains from a distance. Go. Okay, so let's get these up and running first of all. Start with the mallard. Come out on this track, and I want that to switch over onto that one, so I'm going to have to manually throw. Now this one's configured actually for right hand running, so we'll leave it on this line. Just checking the switches, and I think we're in the right position on those. And before we send the other ones off, I'm going to follow this one around and make sure it doesn't jump the points some way I don't want it to go. So let's get a bit of extra speed. There we go, 55. Put that away so I can click points if I need to. Go up the hill through that tunnel. Just a little bit. We'll come up around here, over the bridge, around a nice long solo stretch of track. Again, this is why we're on the right hand side, because this does have active signals in terms of, you know, red or green lights, and they're programmed in for the right hand track. That's why it's more of a European / American layout than a British one. Over that set of points, and they are going to stay on the right. That's good. Around here, over there, and then into the helix. We don't need to go all the way around that. There we go. Pop out up here, like so. Again, keeping an eye on the right hand side, through this little tunnel, out over the bridge. Okay, so staying on this line here. Staying on the outside line here. Across, and now we need to switch, and we are. That's good, so we're going to come onto this line. We're going to stay on this one, I think. Yes, we are. Over and around. Over this bridge, through this little tunnel. Around. Next set of points. Staying on the outside. That's good. Staying on the inside. Staying here. Okay, so we've got a split here. Where is that going? We'll check that in a minute. Might be just a passing loop. Go around and connect back onto the tracks that we've just left, and staying in this lane here. So what is up here? Nothing. It's just a siding. Okay. And then all the way around here. Is this just sidings again? Yes, it is. Alright, so everything good that way. And then coming back this way. Got to check the points on this side as well now. So when I set multiple trains loose, I don't want them colliding with each other. So this one is going to send it onto this track here. That's fine. Either one would do. So we've got a potential passing loop there. We've got one set of signals just on this side, and then another one on that side to cover both of these two lines as they re-merge. And then we want to stay where we are. So we stay here. Follow this around. There's our mallards. All good through here. Back to the helix. Again, we don't need to go through that. We'll come out down here. Right, so here we've got a potential switch. We'll stay on this one here. Go past the fiddle yard. And again, we're going to stay on the outside. That's good. Around. Not a lot of complicated points. Some layouts will have a lot more point work. This one's pretty straightforward. Just double checking everything. It should all be fine, but you never know. That's good. That's not good. That's going to take me down here, which will take me to that lower level, which I don't want to go down to. So oh no, wait, no, that is this set of points here. That's a switch for this set of points, and it is pointing to this track. That's good. And here, staying here, staying there, staying on this side, and that's okay. We're going to be putting some AI in to switch trains over onto the station. Fine round here, and then back to where we started. And so that lower level is literally just a fiddle area. So that turn off that we avoided comes around and then eventually comes down and out there, loops around here into this storage area, and then that's it. It kind of just stops. So it's more for just prepping your trains and then sending them up. You don't want to rely on them in that respect, going where you want them. Let's get the see, Mallard's doing 55. Let's get the Coronation Scot doing the same. Should be no risk of these colliding with each other because they are far enough apart. And now that those two are going, I'm going to leave the Scotsman down here for now. Just need to make sure that the line is clear. It should be going the other way. So let's lift that off. Move the brake coach as well. Okay, so let's send off the Scotsman. So when I say this train doesn't have onboard AI, I just decoupled it. Come back! Come back! You just dumped your load. I meant to press a different button and I accidentally decoupled. There we go. So what I meant to do was that. Jump onto the train. This train doesn't have any built-in controls, so we can't ride it and change speed or anything like that. This train is just, you pointed it with the controller and that's how you can operate it. The trains with built-in AI actually have controls for speed, direction, horn, whistle, all that jazz built in upstairs, or built into the the driver station. So let's see if we can find one of them. One of them is in there, in the Helix. I can hear the coaches clattering away. I think it's the Royal Scot. I'm not sure where the Mallard is right now. Oh, that's not a good sound. That's the sound of something coupling up that shouldn't be coupled up. Have my two trains hit each other? Which they shouldn't have done. This is why I was checking all the points. Are they even moving in here? Oh, there they are. Yeah, they have collided, look, I think. How has that happened? Oh, no, I know why. I know why. Because I'm an idiot, that's why. Because the Mallard was on the right line, but when the Coronation Scot went round, it joined onto the opposite track. So I need to move this down onto here. Now it'll be fine on this side. There won't be a conflict of direction. Me not thinking about where they were starting from. That might potentially cause a problem with the Scotsman as well. We'll have to go... Oh, there's the Scotsman. Shit! Stop! 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 Damn it. Oh, God damn it. Now both trains are tied together as the same one, so I'm going to lift that off. Oh dear. I'm still getting used to this. Alright, there we go. I had all sorts of issues trying to get stuff to work yesterday. Just getting caught out with things I was not expecting to happen. Alright, so there we go. They're both on the same one, in the same direction, so we can get these trains restarted. So we'll start with the Mallard. We'll get that going. Let's get it going at, say, 50. Let's keep it not too quick. So when I said trains with built-in AI, if we come onto this one, you can see here we've got the option here to trigger AI drive. This means the train will drive itself. It'll recognize signals and will stop if there's a conflict on the signals. And if you enable it, it'll also just change the points, turning that off. I'm going to get the headlights on though. Oh wow, what a feeble horn. There we go. So the Coronation Scot is off. I've got debugging mode on at the moment, so you can see the pathing it's looking at and whether or not it can go. Fell off the edge of the map in miniature mode, and that will respawn me back over here. You can never actually fall to your death, but that's as close as you get. And now we need to get this one going. We can't do mod control on this one, so this one might be a problem. I'm going to run this one at a slower speed, just in case the train in front of it has to slow down. Plus, it's quite close. It was a long way aside. If it was the opposite side of the map, it wouldn't be an issue, but because they're not too far apart. I'm not sure if it's still in the Helix. I think it is. Yeah. There's the Coronation Scott. Right, so, oh, that's only doing 34. It's had its speed limit changed. So, we're going to need to slow down the Scotsman. Let's slow it down to 25. Now, the Mallard's still cruising along at the speed we set it at. 50. Again, we're going to jump on board the Mallard. This one also has built-in AI, so let's turn the headlight on. Just no, we can't for some reason. Headlight doesn't work on this one. Let's turn on AI drive though. Turn off auto switching so it doesn't start messing around with all the points without being asked. Now you can see the pathing of where it's looking. Looking at the lights in front, at the signal lights in front. That's what this green bar is representing. And if it comes across a red light on one of the signals, it will slow down and or stop. In fact, I might be able to quickly demonstrate that. Let's find... Here we go. So there we go. Because there's something on the track, that's now gone to red to say that, you know, the way is not clear. This train will go through that signal fine. What's the speed been set to? 34. Okay. That must be just the generic speed that's been set. Got turned off. There we go. Turn it back on. Now you can see it's recognizing that there's an issue. So it's slowing down in preparation to stop, waiting to see if that will actually clear. And because it hasn't, it's now decided it needs to stop and wait. So, I mean, that in itself is awesome. The fact that it will just automatically obey signals. I do really like that feature. When I clear the obstruction, signal lights turn green. The train's recognise that it's turned green and is now able to get on the way again. So, here we go. And that will get back on its merry way. So I think I'm going to take the Scotsman off. Just because I don't trust it to do... not to do something stupid. While we're trying to program something in. And because there are variable speed limits, and this thing isn't going to obey those, at least not yet. We're going to take this one off. I do actually prefer those coaches on the Mallard, so where's my Mallard? There it is. Is he still going without his tender? Yes, he is. I've seen other trains, as soon as they lose their tender, just stop. Not the Mallard. Maybe it's because it's AI controlled, who knows. Alright, so let's get the Mallard back on track, but with the nicer coaches. The ones I normally run with the Mallard. And again, we're going to jump on board. Good, JT. get that up and running. And again, the debug mode shows you he's checking in front to make sure the way is clear. So now we're going to start to mess about with some of the AI stuff. We've got 2 trains running. It would be nice to get more. Don't know if I have any more Steam trains that are AI active. I'm going to have a quick look. A nice Black 5. Let's see if that is set up for AI as well. Let's have a look. Yes, it is. Excellent. So, let's get the tender and we'll get a load of wagons for this one. We'll make this one a freight train, because then we can differentiate between freight and express with some very specific bits of programming. So let's get some period specific coaches, not coaches, wagons. Nice little LNS Terrier here as well. Let me check this one. Does this have AI? Oh, it does. Lovely. All right, so we'll have 2 express and we'll have 2 freight. That's a nice little bit of separation. So that's our 2 trains. Let's get some rolling stock. Some oldie looking short little tankers. Very nice. And then let's go with some old ventilated vans. And let's see, do I have a freight wagon that actually kind of looks like it fits stylistically? It's a little different on the shade. Got a couple more brake wagons, older style brake wagons that might go very nicely. Let's go actually a bit of a weathered look. You may notice I have found an amazing mod of the Top Gear trains. You honestly think Rolling Line is almost like the other versions of Train Simulator, however, in model railway style, and only works for Microsoft computers since it's basically a game from Steam. Yeah, but this is built by one guy. It's a passion project. He's still supporting it. He's still working on updates now. And this, I think, is just phenomenal. You know, for what it is, I think this is an amazing game. I adore it. I'm hooked on it already. Let's get rid of that. Let's go with some plank wagons. I think these are the ones I want. Let's take a look. What else we got? Yeah, they'll do. So let's get rid of that. Yeah, there's Thomas the Tank Engine stuff. I haven't got any of it, but yeah, that's not my cup of tea personally. So we need to get these set up. See, there's the Mallard. Where is the Royal Scot or Coronation Scot. That's over there. So I've got plenty of time to get these down here in position. Let's start with our little smaller one. And this is going to be our small wagon train. Squeeze it in there. No, I can't. Just push that along a little bit. I dropped it. Go. And then I want the brake wagon on the ends. There we go. And then let's get the Black 5 on the track. Get that going the opposite direction so it doesn't have conflict. Have I ever watched any videos that were made in Rolling Line before? No, I only discovered the game. Well, I only started playing the game a couple of days ago, and I've just been engrossed in exploring. I haven't tried doing too much. I did experiments starting to build something, and then realized I was way underprepared for what I wanted to do. So I've been kind of just looking at some pre-existing maps that have been put up by other mod makers and other gamers, and just experimenting with trying out, you know, different running stock to see what I like, see what runs well, see what looks good and doesn't look too janky, and now I'm starting to learn how the AI works so that I can start to program that in myself for when I get my own layout up and running. Damn it. So still making mistakes with my controls. I say it's still a new experience. God damn it, done again. It's a good thing I can't dent or damage these things by dropping them on the floor, like unlike real life. There we go. Right, so let's jump on this one. We'll get our headlight. Headlight doesn't work on this one either. Let's get the AI on, turn off the auto switching so it doesn't do something I don't want it to. Let's get on the other one. Again, the headlight doesn't want to work on that. It's weird. So we've got two passenger services and two freight services running on the same lines. They're going to follow the speed signs that are already down. They'll obey the signals that are already down. What I do want is to do passenger diversions. So that's going to be a bit trickier, but wow, looks like these are going to catch up with each other straight away. Completely forgot that they're basically on the same level. So I'm going to take manual control of this one. Let's move him a lot further away. Make sure I'm not going to charge into the back of one of my steam passengers. Where's my mallard? Might be in the helix. So, somewhere, he's hit a speed sign, I think. Because he's immediately slowed down. It must be hidden somewhere. In here, perhaps. But he's immediately slowed down to the mandated speed of 34. So we've got good separation between our two freight trains now. Where is the Mallard? Oh, here it is, coming out. There it is. Coming out of the helix. So, let's start with some basic stuff. Let's grab a stop sign. And we'll get that just there. So let's set this up. So we want to, first of all, toggle the source track. That's the wrong track. Back up a bit so we can see what's going on. Go. Toggle direction. All that in a fixed direction, going that way. Stop and wait duration. Let's make that a little bit longer than that. Let's make it 40. And we can tag this with specific tags. I'm going to add in CS for the Coronation Scots and M for the Mallard. Got our source track done, got the direction done, fixed direction, and let's apply. I'm actually going to move that back. Because it's a very long station platform and yeah, plenty of space, and I don't want to be too close to the signal. That's good, I think. So, next thing I need to do is put a program in here to fix this. Now, I'm still playing about or still learning this. I'm going to put a... Let's make it that one. I'm going to put a whistle sound in. Put it in the middle. Hopefully that'll trigger both lines. Find out in a second if it triggers the mallard. So you're going to give a little whistle when it gets to the white mallard. It should do. But he didn't. Why didn't he whistle? Alright, toggle source track. On more than one track, ideally. I'll have to put two up. Toggle direction. Let's do fixed direction. We'll leave it on all trains. Locomotives only. And let's apply. And then let's copy that. Okay, so we should get a whistle when the Scot comes around. And then we should get a whistle for anything departing as well. Let's put some speed control in on the approach to the station. I'm going to change that down to 15, half the, well, just under half the speed they're doing. Again, we want to toggle the source track. And apply. So if I got this right, it'll only affect what's pulling onto the station siding rather than what stays on the main through line. And this is where it gets a little bit messier because I haven't figured out. I'm still figuring out how all this bit stuff here works, but I have figured out, thanks to a little tutorial I found, a good way to program in some changes this way. I'm going to leave them out on track and visible to start with. But while I'm still learning them, but eventually I'll get to a point where I can hide them in the scenery. I'm going to need a wire tool. And let's take a logic gate. And I want that on that point there. Let's just rotate it round. Put it just there. Let's move that slightly. Like that. There we go. So we want to get this set up. So let's go to options. We're not going to put a password in because that's going to be wired. So it will take its control from that. So let's get a wire connected. There we go. And again, when I know exactly what I'm doing with this, all this will, when I'm building my own layout, all this wiring, if I do use wiring like this, unless I find a different way to do it, will get hidden inside scenery or underneath the tracks, however I decide to do it. Let me check. So yes, and then if I were to flip that, it goes up, and that's going to flip the points. Okay, that's good. So now I need to program this. So I want to set some AI tags. So I want to add M for Mallard and CS for Coronation Scott. So only those two trigger this, and then the freight services won't touch it. And I want to trigger this start and end. Put a slight trigger delay. So when the train goes through, it'll activate that. Might be too far away. But I want that to activate this switch here to divert the train into there. I could put a second switch in to trigger it at the end to flip the thing back again, which I might end up doing. But for now, I need a train, and they're both on the upper deck. So let me clone the Mallard. Start putting it down here. So I'm going to have two Mallards running at the same time. fair enough. Needs must. Ah, wrong button. What I need to do as well, which I'd forgotten about, but I've just remembered, is I need to actually put those AI tags onto the trains themselves as well. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Alright, so, options. Add the AI tag M for Mallard. Close. I could get something a bit more traditional, not traditional, a bit more universal. I could just go P for passenger and then have an F for freight. Probably should do that, but I want to get this tested first of all. So let's jump on board. Let's see. No, lights aren't working for some reason. Turn off auto switch. And let's see if he obeys the commands I've just put in, and whether or not the timing on this thing is going to work, or whether I need to change it. So it's doing 34. Whistles. Switch is gone, but will it stay depressed long enough for all the coaches? This is what I'm a bit unsure about. It will. Has he slowed down? No, probably because I've taken AI control. Yeah, he's breezed through the stop. Damn it. Whistled again, though. That's good. So he's obeying the whistles. Yeah, AI is not in control anymore. Right. Let's back him up then. Try that again. Still got time. There is another train coming round, and it's a freight train, so this is a great opportunity to see the freight hopefully just ignore the switch. Oh god, he's changed to the different line. Ah, damn it. Why has he done that? Gotta basically leave them there for a second now because the other one's coming round. Let's stop that. Should just red light anything that's coming from behind. Right, so stay on there. Moving back across. Why did he switch? That's why. Let's change that. There we go, back on the right line. Now if I back him up, he should come back out on this line. And stay on this line. There must be a quick and easy way to activate AI control. I haven't figured it out yet. Damn it, I've just hit the freight train. And now I don't know where it's gone. Oh, it's a comedy of errors. Right, let's get on board. Let's turn on the AI drive before we get to where we need to be. Let's see, will he obey? Please obey. Okay, so let's flip the switch once. Slows down on approach. Now I'm not convinced that the train will make it through before the siding changes. Oh, it has. But that hasn't switched it back. That's stayed flipped. Oh god, I think I know why it went wrong. I think that's why that one got flipped. Right, he's breezed through the stop sign. Oh no, he hasn't. There we go. Stopping and waiting. So we should wait there for a moment. Yeah. So our Black 5 is stuck waiting because our other freight train has gone walkabout. Where was it? I don't think it was that one. I think it was this. So he's now back up and underway again. Speed hasn't gone up yet. He hasn't hit a built-in speed command from the map. So I'm wondering if there is a reason why it seems to just default to 34. If there aren't inherently any actual commands anywhere. still pootling around at a really slow speed, look. So we need to put in another speed sign to get him back up to speed. So let's find that speed sign. There it is. And copy that. And let's plonk that there. So that when he gets back onto the main line, speed will go back up. Everyone seems to be doing 34. I want to increase that to 50 and see if they actually do 50. And I'm going to copy that and stick it there. Yeah, so there is a problem with our signal. I need to change it, and I think I know what I need to do. Let's just see if he suddenly starts to speed up. Yeah, there we go. Speeding up to 50. Let's see if he stays at 50 or if he slows down again. So nothing has stopped here because that's coded to M and CS. So that one should go straight through the station as well. Here comes the Coronation Scot. So this will be an interesting example. I haven't coded that with a tag. AI tag. Add new. CS. Done. That's an oddball. He's going to hit. He's going to hit. If in doubt, just rip the train off the tracks. So he's stuck waiting for a signal. Now is this one going to speed up as well? Certainly looks to be going faster than 34. Right, his way is free, but given that he's been in a crash, he might not want to get going again. Let's leave him a little bit longer. See if he does get going. What I want to try doing as well is I want to try putting speed signs down for different classes of locos. So let's go ahead and change the coding on this. Move it as well. Bring it back to here. No, let's leave it about there. I'm going to break the wire, but that's fine. This needs to move because I think it's close enough that it's triggering that switch as well, which is not what we want. So let's reposition this. Let's pull it away a bit and away that way as well. That's how that got toggled. And our mallard coming through. This could be problematic, so I'm going to just manually get him to go straight through. Yeah, our Black 5 is waiting for a command to get going because it was involved in a crash. So, it should go straight through. Should give a whistle. She does. Still doing 34. reposition that sign as well. To the edge of the platform. Let's see. I need to rewire this now. Before I do that, I'm going to try something a little different. So let's get a condenser. And we'll plonk that just here. And I want to change how this button works. I also want to move it to there. So let's get these wired up. There we go, and then wire that to that. So let's change the option on this. So we want this to just be start only. Set AI tags. Let's get rid of these. And we'll create a new one. And let's go Express and apply. And let's change this one, and we want this one on end only to flip it back. And let's set this again as Express. Okay, and apply. So now I need to reprogram each train. So we want AI tags. Let's get rid of that. We need to put Express on that one. Apply. And this one down here. We can replace this when it comes around with a different train, so we don't have two mallards running. Let's get the Black 5 back underway again. Have a little whistle. So it should start to speed up here. As soon as he rejoins the main line. Lovely stuff. Let's get our Coronation Scot back on again. And then we can recode so that reads as AI, reads as Express rather than just CS. There we go. So options, AI tags, get rid of that. Express. And this way I just need one tag across multiple trains. It'll either be Express or Freight, depending on what it is that I want it to do. Off he goes. So we're currently set to go straight over the points. Very odd whistle. Not what I was expecting at all. Sometimes it just seems to load a random sound effect rather than what you would normally expect. I was messing about with some John Bull mods earlier and they had various different horns at various different points. Speed-wise, this is still doing a fair old lick. It's not doing the 35 or 34 that it was earlier. So maybe I've just reprogrammed the base speed, which would be quite nice. Alright, so we wanted another train to replace the second Mallard. I want something that's got AI. I don't want to go with another Scott, but we can go with another Gresley A4. Let's go with the Eisenhower. Check this one definitely has AI. It does. The wheels are a bit iffy. Alright, instead of the AI, instead of that one, what about, it's got Nigel Gresley, hasn't it? The wheels are a bit iffy on that as well. Well, we'll run them anyway, just so that we've got more trains running that we can mess about with, because they do have AI. But let's see what else we can find. I don't want to run the Bittern because it looks too close to the Mallard in terms of colour. Do I want to run a Silver Jubilee? Let's look at Silver Fox. Is this one going to have janky wheels? A little bit, but actually not too bad. So I don't like the way that one looks, though. I've not used this one before. Let's see. There was another one. South Africa, has that got white wheels as well? Yes, it has. Let's get rid of that. John Bull, no. What else do we have? I suppose we could run a couple of diesels, actually. Let's run a Hymeg. And we need some coaches for that. So let's skip through. Where's my other Mallard? Oh, wow, the coronation stopped. The Scott is crawling, look. Oh, is he caught up to another train? That might be why. He's caught up to a slower train that hasn't hit the new speed signs yet. So there's the Mallard that we're going to replace. We'll replace that with the Nigel Gresley. Given that we are running his A4s. Okay. Name and number, don't want to worry about that. AI tag, add new. Express. Done. Apply. Close. And yeah, no working headlight. Turn off auto switch. And there we go. We've got our second Gresley A4 up and running, and this one is the Gresley. So because we've put the same tag in that the other Steams have got, it should follow the commands over here. So it should hit that switch, trigger that. Let me just check the AI tag is set. Yes, it is. It should be set on the other one as well. We'll check that. Yes, it is. So it'll be one button press as the start of the train goes through. Start only. And that will flip the point so that the train comes into the station. And then as the end of the train goes past the other button, just behind this wall here, it'll flip that back for any train coming through next. So if it's a freight train coming through, it won't divert into the station. Gives a little whistle and breezes straight on through. Why did he not flip the switch? Maybe I'm not close enough to the switch now. I am. Why didn't... Oh, hang on. It was in the wrong position. There we go. So we'll have to wait for the next one to come through. There is a train coming. And it is our replaced little Steam. That should ignore. It has. No, it hasn't. That's come through. Alright, what's going on? Why has that one come in? I had that the wrong way around. So when that flips, that's now set correctly. And then when it flips back, it flips that correct. No. Oh, I know why. It's on a second delay, so it can't be re-triggered. Alright, well, he's up to speed. Gave a little whistle. A very un-Gresley-like whistle, but he gave a little whistle. Freight train having stopped, or maybe it was that one that gave a little whistle. The freight train having stopped has done its thing. Let's get some coaches for our other trains. Let's get some Suburbans. Let's get custard and cream, or blood and custard. Where are my blood and custards? There's one of them. Where's the other one? There it is. So I want one of those, and I want one of those. There we go. We use those for the Hymec. No, we use those for the Eisenhower. Let's use... Here we go. Here's the ones I was looking for. Breeze through. Why is he breezed through and not gone into the station? It's gonna bug the crap out of me trying to figure that one out. Go. Just heard that one speed up. This one doesn't have the express tag, and that's why it didn't trigger. I guess I'm still learning all this stuff. There we go. Let's apply that tag. So next time that one comes around, be a little while, it should do what it's supposed to. Pull into the station, slow down, stop, have a little whistle as it pulls out, speed back up again, and set the track back the way it's supposed to be for the next one. So let's get the Hymec on the track, and we'll go with the British Rail coaches in green for this one. And 5 coaches and then a break at the end. Go. Need to check this is the right way round first of all. Yes it is, good. Right, I need to put some option on that one, an AI tag. New, express, apply, and close, and then we want to jump on board. Get that one up and running. Let's get another freight car or a freight train up and running as well. Let's get an old Class 37 for freight. what are we going to pull? Let's try and find something a little bigger to pull wagon-wise. Maybe these fruit vans, how big are they? Right, so the black 5 has gone through. Yeah, these are perfect size. And then we'll stick that brake van on the end. It's gone through without hitting the station. So that's working as intended. Create a little bit of space now. That's something else coming around. Is that another one of our passenger trains? Yeah, that's the Coronation Scot coming back. Let me check that has the express tag. It does. So we should finally be able to test this reconfigured switch, make sure it works as intended. The black 5 goes through. So, we should see that button get pressed, and that should flip the switch. There we go, but it didn't flip the siding. Why did that not flip that? So that's hit that. Now it's flipped it that way, which I didn't want it to do. But it's like that. That's what I want. And it still hasn't changed it back. Oh, this is frustrating. It's really frustrating. So if that gets pressed, registered as true, but again it hasn't flipped this. Why is it not doing what it's supposed to do? Maybe I need to move this, but we've seen that interact with that switch, so why isn't it working? Oh, God. This is going to drive me nuts. All right. Let's get our Class 37 up and running. It's facing the right direction. That's good. A big old powerful diesel, which is why I'm going to stick quite a lot of wagons on this one. That's nice and long. I don't think we'll need to bother with a brake wagon for this. So let's remove that. Let's jump on board. Why are the headlights not working on this map? They work on other maps, they just don't seem to want to work on this one. It's a bit weird. Let me go ahead and put the freight tag in here, even though we haven't got anything programmed for freight yet. At least it's done, ready for the next, the next step. So, another express train. The Dwight Eisenhower. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the brake. Makes 6. Options, AI tags. Express. Done. Apply. Clues. Again, no lights. And off goes the Eisenhower. So we've got a few different freight trains, a few different express trains running. Let's see, we've got 3 freights, and we've got the Hymek, we've got the Eisenhower, we've got the Gresley, we've got the Mallard, and we've got the Coronation Scott. So we've got 5 expresses. Why the hell can't I get this to actually work as intended? Let's have a look. So, express tag set. Let's remove that. On-off state. Let's try that. Hasn't changed the switch. Yes, it has. There we go. Oh, there's a little bit of a delay on that. But it worked. Alright, so we... Oh, no, and it's triggered. Ah, yeah, this is what I was worried about. Has that changed? That shouldn't be there. It's not connected to anything, so it shouldn't do anything, but let's see. That's triggered at end only. Let's trigger that to on-off state as well. I'm going to need to move that. Far from ideal, but again, this is all about exploring. And I can't add a wire to that because I need to get the details first. There we go. Alright, well, yeah, that was a little disappointing that it kind of works and then didn't work. I need to slow the speed down a bit more when we get around here, so it's not a sudden drop from 50 down to 15. That's a bit excessive. So let's... thing. Let's pick up the sign, or a copy of the sign. And let's place that there. It's facing the wrong direction, so we'll pick it up. Put it there instead. Let's give it a little twizzle. 12, there we go. Let's change that value. Q. Max speed, we want to change that from 50 to 35. Done. But only for express trains. We want to keep freight moving at the same speed. And then let's copy that. Oh, here's a chance to see it working. So yeah, you see the train slowing down. Right, let's test this. That hasn't flipped the switch. Just trying to get everything to work consistently is just doing my head in. Let's change that to 25. Express only. Done. Apply. So, why is this... It's still set to active. So if I hit that... There we go. That's shut the logic gate. But it's now left that point in the wrong position. There we go. So if I were to hit the gate, flips the switch, that hasn't changed. This is what's bugging me. It flips the gate, but maybe I left it too long. Yeah, see, now it's changed it, look. Maybe I didn't wait long enough. Well, we've got our next express train coming through. Slows down to 35. Hits the switch. That's changed the points. Gives a little honk on his horn. Slows down to 25. Now it's slowed down to 15. I might have actually had to reposition that speed again. Now he should be through when he hits that switch. That hit it twice. So you can stop and wait. Doesn't look like it, does it? So my stop and wait's broken. Gives a little honk. Out he goes. So why did this not trigger properly? Start the train only, that went through. It flipped the switch as it was supposed to. This is the biggest bugbear of mine at the moment. It's trying to get this problem solved. Because I've been having this issue all day. And if I can figure this out... So, that did not trigger the switch. Did I actually reprogram that one? For Express. I did. There goes the high mech. Shouldn't be too long till the next passenger train comes around. And we've got 5 of them. This could be it here. It is. It's the Coronation Scot. So we've got another chance to see what's going wrong with this. Okay, so it slows down there. Triggers that. That's changed the points. It's slowed down way too early again. So I need to... Yeah, that 15 is where it needs to change. So I'm watching to see the button getting pressed. The whole train's through. flips that. Okay. So it flipped it. And then it flipped it back again. Alright. Let's take that one out completely. Let's figure out why this isn't working anymore. That's why. Add new tag. Express. Done. Apply. Gets back up to speed just there. So now I need to wait for the next express chain to come through. But at least we figured out why that wasn't working. We fixed that issue for the stop sign. Let's move this. Over to there. And let's actually see if we can hide that completely. There we go. So that's hidden inside the platform. But it should still work. It should still slow the train down from 25 to 15. If I've got this right. Where's my next passenger service? Okay, something is causing a delay. Please don't tell me there's a problem inside the helix. Black 5 comes in. Fine, it's on a separate line. It's not going to cause a conflict. Maybe it's just a one in, one out per track. Yeah, because this one's sat here waiting. It must be a one in, one out on the helix. They're all backed up waiting. Well, maybe that'll space the trains out a little bit more. Still got the red light. But when we see the Class 37 come out of the helix, that should change the light on that signal to red. Here comes the 37. Is that Black 5 coming out of the tunnel at the top end? Something's just arrived at the bottom waiting to go in. Yeah, there goes the Black 5. Helix is now clear for the Eisenhower and for the Coronation Scott. So they will both go in. Yeah, I didn't realise that Helix was one in, one out. And that has now freed up the Sir Nigel Gresley. Now that the Eisenhower has gone in from up top, it'll sit and have the same issue. It'll have to sit here at this light again until the helix is clear on this track. So again, we'll see debugging go to orange and then eventually to red when it realizes that there is no way through. There we go. I don't think I'll have to wait too long. Let me check down here. Yeah, we're still a little way yet until we get our next express train through. It's going to be the Eisenhower, I think. It's going to be the first one. There's the Coronation Scott coming out the top. That's going to be a long time before that comes back around again. It's going to go all the way around the top level before it comes back here, and then all the way around the base level before it can hit the station. But that is the Eisenhower making its exit. That's going to free up the Gresley. We've got a freight train on approach that won't trigger anything. The Hymex up here. So that's making its way back around towards the helix. We still have only done one siding so far. There's so much to do. I don't know if I want to put another train on or not. I think we've probably got enough going at the moment. Let me just check that this has defaulted to the correct position. No, it hasn't. There we go. And then when that goes, nothing happens. Does not get slowed down by the 25 sign because it's not an express train. Carry on at whatever it's doing. I'm assuming it's doing 50. Right, so try trigger delay just on the start and end. I don't know if this is going to work. Wow, he's suddenly slowed down a lot. Might be a conflict of signs somewhere. Triggers the switch, throws the lever. There we go. The whole train get through. Evening, Clark. Late night, yes. I was going to be doing this anyway, so I just figured I may as well stream so people can keep you company. That hasn't changed back. It's doing my head in. Alright, let's just save. Let's try a different map. This one's breaking my brain. There's too much going on. Let's do something a little bit simpler. He says. See, this is the demo I was looking at. I downloaded this demo map and it shows here how to sort of disable the AI on the long train so that they will ignore the stops. I don't need to worry about that. I've thought of a different workaround on that. I mean, it's a clever principle, but you can see the switch gets shown. This is what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get it to trigger the switch so that I can then go through, but I want a delay to be big enough that it doesn't flip while I'm pulling into a station. I want it to, you know, flip the switch and then wait long enough for the train to go through before it flips it back. And this is what I'm struggling with, trying to figure out why it won't work consistently. This works flawlessly every time in what it's trying to do. So because this is a short length train, it flips the switch at the start, and then because the train clears before it reaches the points, it flips it back once the end of the train's gone through. So the train just stays on the left hand side. The longer train flips the switch once when it starts. It flips it again at the end of the train, but by then the engine's already gone through the points. So it hits the disable AI button, or, you know, badge, just down here, which turns the AI off, so that it then ignores this stop and wait for 10, and then enable, and then an AI is re-enabled at this point, so that this will then, you know, obey signals and so on and so forth. But you can see what it does is it means that half the train goes on that track and the other half of the train goes on that track. I don't want any of that mess. I want it nice and simple. Train goes across, points turn so it can go into a station. Train goes through, clears the points, points change back. It's all I want, something nice and simple, and I cannot for the life of me figure the damn thing out so that it works every time. I can get it working some of the time, or I can get it working hardly at all. I can never get it working all of the time. It's so annoying, so frustrating. And I spent a good hour on this, 2 hours on this before my live stream tonight, before my F1 live stream. So yeah, this is not something that I've just tried to, you know, as soon as I started this. I've been working on this for a couple of hours already before this live stream here, and I cannot for the life of me figure out how to get it to do what I want it to do. Let's try. I mean, this is a beautiful map, and I've got some lovely trains to run with this one, but only a couple of them actually have AI built into them. They are running at the moment somewhere, I believe. Oh no, wait, I don't think they are. Oh no. There we go. It's the boat. I did say earlier that the boat will return, and I could never figure out where it was. It's because it's missing. Ah, dear. So that boat goes basically all the way around. See, boat returns automatically. There it is. There's the boat. That's why I could never find it. This is a lovely map. I did spend some time messing about on it. Have I got it saved? No, not on this one. Alright, never mind. So we can start fresh on this one. And let's see if we can figure out some of this stuff. I figured out how to do all the speed stuff and stopping and waiting, no problem at all on this map, but everything else became a little bit of a problem. Oh, hello. Big old boat. I can't see what's supposed to be there. I don't know if there's actually a route that's working on. Oh, my mouse scroll isn't working again. So this game is building model trains and cities. It's basically building a model railway, and you don't have to build anything like this. You could just leave it as just tracks on baseboards if you really wanted to. But it's not the model railroading way. So I need some trains. Let's get some trains going. Let's get the mod folder open. I've got some German trains that I specifically downloaded. This one has AI. The ice. Pick up all the coaches and stuff that I'm going to need. So I'm going to need a first class, buffet, second class. There we go. Oh crap, I just deleted it. I'm trying to do that. Class one that I need. There we go. Just track them on this one. So second class. Let's get another one of those going. Let's push those out of the way. And it was when I first messed around on this map that I noticed the detail that I absolutely love, which I didn't even realise because I hadn't used any overhead wires on a different track, is you actually can have sparks coming off the pantographs. Just that extra little bit of immersion. It looks beautiful. Love it. Right, so buffet goes next. Change the direction on that. There we go. Let's get the first class on there. Just the one first class coach. Let's grab another one of those. Plonk it down. There we go. There we go. Whole train is connected up. Let's just position it bit better. This engine going through a cycling noise. For a second, it sounded like there was a helicopter above my head. Right, I need another train with some AI. I don't really want to put a second ice on. I might have to, because I don't know if any of these have AI. Oh, this one does. Right, that's good. Let's plonk that down just there for now. That's more of a freight. This one does not have AI, which is a real shame. What about this one? Please tell me if this one has AI. Yes, this one has AI. Excellent. Again, it's just a loco, so we would need some stuff to go with it, but that's two separate engines that have AI. The Metro ones, which I would really love to use, do not have AI, so there might be a sneaky way around it. What about the 120? Does that have AI? Yes, that one does. So, I have seen this in Train Sim World, where sometimes I used to see it as well with the Class 91 when they did the Intercity 225, the spiritual successor to the Class 43. More often than not these days, when you see them, one end has got the Class 91, but the other end is just a standard diesel. I've seen it like that with these as well in Germany on Train Sim World. Some of the routes that I've run. So rather than having loads of these hooked up, one of these on each end, which would be nice, we'll have to put one of these on the other end, and that will be our controlling diesel. Right, where are the rest of the German trains? See, this is a really nice metro train that, again, won't work with what I want it to do, because on this layout I need to put a lot of AI control in, and it will just ignore all of it. And this is the other one. I would love this to have AI, but it doesn't. All this, again, that's the perfect little sort of German metro sprinter. And again, no AI on that. I'm going to take this one out anyway, just in case it will still respond to some commands. But for now, let's stick a couple more of these coaches down, and then which one do I go with? Let's go with that one. There we go. So, which way is this facing, first of all? The right way. Excellent. Now you see the pantograph sparking. And it's not because it's in contact with the wires. They just spark anyway, but it creates that illusion that there is actually electricity running through those overhead wires. It's awesome. It's a very simple little touch, but it's very, very effective. Is there space on here? Just before the platform cuts out. So that can go on that platform. Excellent. The ice can go on that platform. Could also go on this platform here. Maybe I'll get a second. Don't really want a second ice. Could kind of break the theme a little bit, but I don't really want to. Let's go with one of these. So I want one of those. I want one of those. And then I want one of these two ends. Neither of them have AI, so we'll just go with one of them. And this is going to be our long train on the other track. I don't think it's what we've just put down over here. It might be, actually. I don't know. Is it? No, it's not. It's a separate unit. Okay, that's good. That's good. Alright, so this is where it's going to get messy. I'm trying to place everything where I want it. Let's start here where I've got some space. That's one way of placing it. Just throwing it down. There we go. So that's the that's one of the cab ends. Let's just push that out of the way. There we go. So now I need coaches. Let's go with one there and one here. I want this one in that position. These are the coaches that actually pick the power up. They're kind of like, these are the motor coaches, and the ends are not. They're just where the driver sits and controls, but the actual motors are powered, I think, in these central coaches here. Evening, Corey. I might be wrong in that one. I'm not an expert on German trains. That's what I believe to be the case. Make this a nice long train. To rival our ice. And then we need one of these engines to pull the other end of it. Let's take that one. Stick that there. Let's figure out whether it's facing the right way or not. Nope, it's not. Let's change the direction on that. Go. So now we're gonna, I think, run some freight on this line. This is why I need this one to be AI as well, because this is where it's going to get complicated. You'll see what I mean when we actually start the trains running. Actually, we've already got that train, haven't we? Let's take this one. Where's my... There they are. Wagons. Yeah, we're already using that one. Just here. So... let's... get rid of that one. And use that one. That on the inside, I want the freight here. So, is this facing the right way? Nope. Change the direction. Something derailed. Didn't like where it's placed. It was this one. That's about as much as I can get away with on this layout in terms of length of a freight train, I think. Could possibly get more, but I don't want to take that chance just yet. So there are two complete loops, and then there's one that kind of merges with one of the other two loops. So it's not quite a full third loop, which is why I wanted AI trains, because to make sure they don't disobey the commands that I put down. Before we go any further, let me save this with a thumbnail of lots of trains on it, so I know this is one that I've been working on. There we go. Let's open up the box of AI tricks, shall we? Props. There we go. No, it's not there. It's here. That's what I want. So, the first thing we want to do is set some speed. I'm going to use these yellow ones. So, because it's Germany, trains drive on the right rather than the left that they do in the UK. So this is the up line, and that's the down line. So I want to start changing the speed as we start to approach the station. Change the speed to 40. Toggle direction. I want that in a fixed direction. That's going the right way. It's on the right track. Apply. Now I'm going to make a copy of that. Come around to here. Change that speed to 30. Apply. I had a feeling you would like this map, Farah, and the selection of locos in as well. And I want to just reposition this a little bit. There we go. And then I want another one of those, because as we start approaching all of this messy point work, oh, actually I'm further away than I thought. Alright, we'll change some of those speeds. We want to drop the speed here. Place it there. Oh no, I didn't make this. In the time I've been playing, there's no way I could make this. No, this is based on a real location. Right, so at this point I want the speed to come down to 25, because now we're about to hit that mess of point work. Fixed direction, toggle direction. Apply. So let's go back. Let's change that down to 40. Or back up to 40, sorry. We're slowing down on approach. The train's going to be doing about 60, 65 coming around this section, so let's change the speed down to 50. And then let's make a copy of that. So we're doing what, 20 at this point? 25. And then at this point, in station approach, I'll change that down to 15. And let's just re-angle that slightly. The trains can go pretty much any speed. There's no physics that will throw it off the track in terms of speed. But you know, I'm trying to create a realistic approach to a station before stopping and taking on passengers, letting passengers off, etc. So, getting down here, I want put it there. F. I'll take that round. Yep, that's nice. And then let's edit this. Let's change that to a nice duration to give people time to get off and on again. Fixed direction, toggle the direction. It's the other way. Yes. It's on the right source track. Apply. So I need to start going through, and this is a mess of point work. So I need to make sure that I'm going to send it the right way before I let it loose. Not going to move any other trains. We're just going to move this one train, make sure that it's following these basic commands that I've given it and that it behaves itself. And goes where it's supposed to. That should actually be there. It's this one that needs to change. There we go. To work the approach. So as we come around here, get to our first set of points, it just goes straight over those there. It's this switch here, and that's in the right position. Stay on this line here in the middle. I want it to go straight over this one. And then stay on that one. And then switch. Actually, no, that wasn't in the right place. Switch to this track. And then pull in. Stop and wait, etc. So I think we're good. Let's put some more speed signs in so it speeds back up again on the other side. So there we go. There's a speed sign. Let's copy that. So he'll stop and wait. Let's get sign here. Let's give it a little rotate. And set up on that. Let's send the speed up to 25. And you'll see the difference between just setting a train loose and then giving it commands like this and then setting it loose, because I'll run one with and one without. So let's get another one of these. We're going to come up this way, Once we get to here, we're going to increase the speed up even more. We're going to go up to 50. It's going in the right direction, but on the wrong track. That's on the wrong track. There we go. Apply. And then one more. As it comes out of the tunnel. Let's push that up to 65. Done. And fix direction only, toggle direction. It's the wrong direction. There we go, it's the right direction now. It's on the right track. Apply. There's Farah's house. Fort Farah. This is where the map is based on. Let's say into the fiddle area. A random thought popped in my head earlier, and it reminded me of a Lee Evans skit where he was, I think it was from Live at the O2, it might have been Roadrunner, I'm not sure. And it applies if you just do a little bit of creative tweaking. And it's like going on about how people, get excited about their gadgets and like, oh, I love me gadgets, while doing a particular hand motion. And it's just like a fiddle yard is sort of, oh, I love me model trains. Right, so now that I've got me trains going, or prepped and ready, let's first of all program in. This is actually now facing the wrong way, isn't it? I do need that train to be that way. Because it's at the back, but it's pushing. So let's just take a tour lap with this train, just to make sure, first of all, that it will follow the points that I set. Let's give it a little bit more speed. Let's set it to 25. Watch for the pantograph sparks. It's a lovely little visual touch. There we go. So far so good. So he's taken the right route into the tunnel. He'll come out on the correct track through here. Let's give him a bit more speed now. And there's just a nice little run through here. These, I don't have to worry about these points. They're not set to do anything bad. I try and ride this train, because there's no built-in AI, there's no real framework, I can just basically sit here on the coupler and bogie, and it just blanks out the model around me, so I can actually kind of see everything at train height and track height. So we come into the fiddle yard. One nice touch that I actually appreciated about this is that the actual active lines are colour coded. You've got blue for the branch line and then red for the double track main line, which is a really clever little thing. I've not seen anyone else do that on any of the maps I've looked at so far. And then we'll come out of the tunnel, and because we're not in an active AI mode, we're just going to breeze through all of those speed signs that we've set. This would be where we'd start to slow down from 65 down to 50, and then down again to 40. We're just doing a straight 40 as it is. We're on the right track so far, just making sure that the points are in the right place. Making sure that we go onto the right platform. Again, we're ignoring all the speed signs because it's manual control, not AI control. And there we go. So the points are all aligned. I could just leave this train running and it would just keep doing that loop over and over and over again until I told it to stop or it crashed into another train at some point. Which is definitely a possibility with some of these points. If one gets flipped by mistake, it's carnage. There we go. So let's jump off. Now let's jump on here. And let's enable AI control. Let's turn off auto switching so it doesn't fuck around with any of those switches that I just painstakingly checked were in the right place. And that will now follow our speed commands. So I'm not sure what speed it's doing at the moment. I'm guessing it took control before it saw that sign. The AI debug is showing at the moment, which is why you've got this green line. It's checking the signals, it's checking the way ahead is clear, and when it gets to a signal that's red, it will go orange as it approaches to slow down, and if it still hasn't cleared by the time it gets close enough, it will then just, that line will go red and the train will stop and wait until the way is clear. There are signals on this map somewhere. I think, I'm not 100% certain, I'm sure there are somewhere. So now that we've handed control over to the AI, now it should follow the instructions that we set. I think it's still doing about 40, maybe even less than that. So if I've got this working correctly, it should actually speed up when it comes out of the tunnel, when it hits that 50 board, before slowing down again round the corner at the 40 board. Let's see if it does that. Yep. just accelerated. Just started to slow down a little bit. Should slow down a fair bit more just here. Down to 25. Then down to 15 as it approaches. Not sure if it actually triggered that one or not. That might be set on the line next to it. I'll have to check that one. Yeah, that's still going too quick. But it should now stop and wait. And there we go. And it'll stop here and wait for 50. And then it will get started again. Now, because it's doing 25, because that sign didn't kick in, that one there, I need to check that one. It should accelerate up to 25 as soon as it starts pulling away, and then it will hit the 25 board and accelerate to 25 anyway. But in theory, what it should do is, there it goes. Is it should pull away at 15, hit that board, then go up to 25, and it will hit the next board over there and go up to 40. So it starts to accelerate away out of the station. There we go, up to 40. And then when it comes out, accelerates up to 65. There we go. So that's one line done. We have a lot more to go, and I need to fix this one because that isn't actually working. Toggle source track. Let's fix the direction. Toggle direction. Yeah, that is going onto that track, so it should have worked. Let's see if it works when it comes around this time. I might actually change that to 10. Let's change it to 10. So here he comes. Slows down. Slows down again as he approaches the points. And there we go. He did slow down to 10, and that is too slow. For just there, it is. We can move it though. To here. Let's just rotate it round. drop that down to 15, or back to 15. Now I need to just check the source track, etc. on this one. Fixed direction, toggle the direction. No, not that way. That way, it's on the right track. Apply. So, one more loop around and then we'll do the same on this track for the ice. And for the Regio as well. I do love it when a plan comes together. Being able to program in these little speed steps as well is lovely. And then in theory, once I'm happy with everything, we could actually, I think, sync those signs down into the scenery and they would still work. So you wouldn't see them, but the trains would automatically obey them. So you could hide them. I'm going to leave them out for now. But when I build my own layout, that is theoretically what I want it to do, is to sync and hide all of those AI signposts so that they just obey those instructions as if it was their own decision, rather than me giving them instructions and everyone who looks at the at the track would be able to see them. The speed signs like this, I'll probably keep them out in certain places. I'll probably use different ones, but that's to be decided. Here it comes to 65. Slows down a little bit to 50. Slows down a little bit more to 40. As we're approaching the city, or the station. You can see we're going slower now. Slows down to 25 on approach to the points to make sure we're lined up onto the right track. Slows down to 15 on approach to the platform. Slows down one more little step to 10 as we're getting ready to actually pull in and stop completely. Might actually move at 10 a little bit further forward. It's a little far down this end of the platform. Let's move it up a bit further. put it there. And there we go. We are done with this train. So, now we need to do it for the ice. And that's going to be going in the opposite direction. First thing I'm going to do is, where is it? I'm going to find my hold and wait for 50 sign. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to plonk that Is there actually space to avoid a collision? I plonked it on the train. Whoops. I thought I plonked it here in between them. Can I actually get it in between? Yes, I can. Okay. Yeah, that's where I thought I'd plopped it. I actually plopped it on top of the train. I think that would probably confuse the hell out of it. There we go. Stop and wait 50. Let's go to setup. Toggle direction. Yes. Fixed direction, yes. It's on the right track, so let's apply that change. And this is where I need to go through and start decoding these points now. Make sure that these are all in the right position. So this is the first one I need to look at. That's correct. That's going to take me... No, that's wrong. It's going to take me onto the wrong track. So, go with that. That's going to keep me on this line. That's going to send me onto the siding. I'm going to crash. We don't want that. Yeah, here are the signal lights, look. Over that. Through into the... oh, I love me trains yard. We're all good through here. Nothing through here. All good through here. And then out here, this is where it gets complicated again. So we come round. So first thing I need to do is make sure I go this side, and that's in the right place there. And then I want to turn here, so that's in the right spot. And then that's in the right spot to then go onto this platform here. So theoretically, everything's in the right spot. Let's take control of the train to test before I turn it loose. There we go. Eventually what we can do on this layout is actually route into the sidings and get the train to stop. Get another one to get going. And do a loop of its own. Go into the sidings, park up, release the next train so that you've always got something different going around each lap, so to speak. But that's something I need to really think about how to work. I have a germ of an idea on how that might work, but whether or not it will work is another matter entirely. There we go, we're on the right track there. This always confuses me at first because these are just 3 dead ends. They're just 3 dead sidings. So I look at this and I'm like, oh, I've got to come onto this track. And it's like, oh no, I can't go on that track because that's going straight into a, you know, a buffer stop. And everything's working over here. So now we can start doing our speed stuff. Put our speed commands in. We'll keep that going round while we're having some fun with the signs. The AI won't obey them until we tell it to. So we're on approach to the platform here. So let's set this speed here. And we'll set that speed to 15. Apply. Let's copy that. And then when we plonk it just there, we'll change it down to 10. Toggle the direction that way, it's on the right track. Apply. We'll get there and come to a stop, just like this one's doing. So then breeze through. Let's set speed here. Get them to start speeding up. Fixed direction, toggle direction. On the right track. Apply those changes. There we go. And then we'll grab another one of those. And when we get to here, we want to speed up to 25. Let's actually make that one 30. Fixed direction, toggle direction, no other way round. It's on the right source track because it's going straight over. We'll apply those changes. Find the apply button, there we go. the overhead cantinas. And when we get to here, we'll up that speed. It's a 45. And then when we get to here, we'll change that to 65. Make it 70. It's a faster train, theoretically. So now we need to do all of our speed stuff at the other end. So where do we hit our first speed? And what is it? It's there at 15. So we want to slow down to 25. Let's say... just before this intricate set of points here. But we're still doing 70 as we come out of the tunnel, so we need to slow down to something a little bit more manageable. Let's do 40 just here. And we can actually set it for just specific trains as well if we really wanted to, but we're not going to do that just yet. We certainly want to make sure that there we go, that's in the right direction and on the right track. Certainly do want to make sure that we are ignoring specific trains in the future, just not yet. Let's slow down a bit more on the exit of the tunnel. Just here. And never to save. We're doing 70, so let's slow down to 55 just here. There we go. So 70 down to 55, down to 40. 25. Down to 15. Down to 10. To wait. 15. 30. 45. I'm going to make that 50. Where's the sign gone? There it is. I think we are now ready to hand control over to the AI. actually ride on board. This is quite a nice viewing window in this one. Hear the acceleration kick in. And again. Sure the 70 actually kicked in. Doesn't feel like the 70 kicked in. We'll check that one once we've done a loop. Might have forgotten to actually set those on the right tracks in the right direction. To the Waterloo trains yard. Have a little fiddle. I do love that retaining wall that's been built. It's really nice. And again, one of the reasons I love looking at some of these layouts like this is it gives you so much inspiration for the sort of things that I could actually do. I can see how they've been put together. There are some things I'm still completely, confused about, but in some of these bits of scenery, I'm seeing how they're put together by sort of spending time looking at the map, and it makes me realise it's actually not that complicated once you figure it out. And it just goes to show just what you could achieve. So we're definitely not doing 70. I think we're still only doing maybe 50 at a push. Not even sure of that. See if we speed up here. Yeah, we did. Down to 40. Down to 20. That's still a little quick, that approach, actually. Down to 15. Down to 10. The reason I've jumped out like this is I want to see when it stops. That it will actually cover the whole platform. So I know it's quite tight on this length. Yes, it will. I have seen another mod as well. You can actually have opening doors. I was like, what? When I saw that. That just blew me away. Right, we need to check these signs. Make sure that they are keyed correctly. So that one is keyed correctly. I remember that one working. This one, I don't know if it is. I think it is. Let's come out of miniature mode. Pretty sure this one is set correct. Setup. Toggle direction. That's on the wrong track. That's why that one didn't kick in. Toggle direction. Yes. Toggle source track. It's on the right source track. Now it's in the wrong direction. Now it's on the right track in the right direction. Hit apply just in time. There we go. That's definitely quicker. So it was only doing 30 on that last lap. Thought it was a bit slow. Now let's just check this one. Fixed direction, toggle direction. On the wrong track as well. There we go. Apply, and now that will hit 70. That's what we want. So let's come back and just tweak the approach, because that was a little quick, wasn't it? So let's slow that down to 45. Let's slow that down to 35. And then we're at 25, then 15. I'm actually going to slow it down a bit more. I don't want to say abruptly, but I want to shorten the length of the 15 run. So let's do that. Down to 20 there. And then just here. Like that. We'll slow it down to 15 here. So that it goes down to 15, then a short run down to 10, and then stopping. So we want fixed direction, toggle direction. It's the wrong direction. It's also the wrong track. Can't see it. Oh, it's on the opposite line now. Top of the source track. There we go. That's the right track. Hit apply. Wasn't quite quick enough this time round. I'll let it do another loop. Won't take very long. It's 70 going around the back. I didn't mean to decouple that. I'm also getting the other one go a little bit faster, A, because it's on a slightly larger radius around the outside, but also because I don't want them to keep arriving and departing at exactly the same time in relation to each other. I want them to be some kind of variation. So it's not always the same two trains pulling in at exactly the same time. Once we've done that, we're going to get a third train up and running, and then we have to tackle the problem of the branch, which is not a completely independent branch. It merges with our two main lines for a short period, which, if left unchecked, will cause a crash. A head-on between two different trains, which we want to avoid at all costs. That's why I have different approach and exit speeds for the ICE line. And there he is already. And this is another reason why I want to maybe stagger it in the fiddle yard. With another train. So that we don't have that one just going around every 30 seconds. We'll see something else pulling into the station before the ice comes back. So one way to do that would be to drop it onto a lower hidden level and just run it around that. So it's still there, but it's moving in the background. You don't see it for ages, and then eventually resurfaces and comes back onto the layout. The other alternative is to what I'm going to try and do, and that's to automate the fiddle yard. So he's pulling in, slowing down at a more gradual pace. Well, not a more gradual pace. He's slowing down at a more controlled pace than before, where it's just hit the anchors, travel for ages at a really slow speed. This is slowing down in steps. Stops. There's our other train coming. My hope is this one will start pulling out before the other one even reaches the station. Just about, yeah. So we have got them on a nice time stagger, so that's good. Right, let's start planning about tackling the branch. So I need to track what lines it can go onto and can't go onto. So from here, I need it to go straight over. From here, I need it to turn off, which it's doing. Come down to the right level. There we go. So it's going to come this way. It's going to go straight over there. This is the only way to connect to the lines. And then from here, we need it to go onto the main line. Like so. And this is where it gets messy, because now it's on this line. And from here, it needs to then cut across and go onto the blue. But if we do that by flipping this switch, it's going to fuck up the main line. And then from there, it'll do its thing. So it'll come round this way. It'll go through there. And then it will come out of here and go up this way. And it does this little helix climb to bring it out across this bridge. Actually, no, tell a lie. It comes out of there and it comes down and goes underneath first. It comes underneath here, comes up there, there you can see that's where it comes out from underneath, and then it's tricky with the scenery in the way to show you exactly where it comes out from. Keep following it around. There we go. So there we go. So that's where we were a second ago. That first little mini helix down. And then it comes underneath the water as this little mini helix up. Comes out across this bridge here. From here it kind of loops its way around. Pops out this little small bit just here through this tunnel here. Re-emerges on the layout over here, so it runs above, and then from there into this tunnel, down a little mini helix, comes out this tunnel here, and then it joins up with the main line here again, which is where again it can cause some problems, because this is the train that comes out this way and then goes that way through the tunnel. So it's merging with the opposite main line, and then from here I need it to then come this way. Flip that switch, Flip that switch. No, not that one. That one. And that one's flipped. So then it will go on to this line, which is the one I wanted it on. I mean, I could put it on that one, but I'm going to put it on this one. I could put it on this one. That might be better, actually. We can put it on this this next one across. So you can ignore that switch. It's that one. That needs to flip, so it then diverts onto this line. I don't want it running right next to the station. I want to have a line of separation. Plus, it also makes these lines look less empty if there's something on at least one of them. You know what? I am going to go with my original thought. I'm going to get it on the second line, not the third one. So let's stick with that plan. There we go. So it'll come onto this line. It'll hit these points. Doesn't matter how they're set because it'll just automatically go over them. It'll join up here. And then we go into what we've just set. So like I said, this is where it gets awkward. This is where it gets complicated. Let me, first of all, go to options. And let me set an AI tag for branch. Done. Apply. Close. So that now has a specific tag for branch. So if it's on the main line, it'll reach anything that has the branch signal put into it, and then it'll activate it to get back onto the branch line again. So this is going to be tricky, and before we go any further and I fuck things up beyond repair, let's save over. There we go. So now that won't mean that I break something and then have to undo a couple hours worth of work. So this is where I'm going to get confused quite quickly, I think. Alright, so I need... don't need anything here. I don't think. What I do need is stuff from in here. Yes. So this is where I've been scratching my head trying to figure all this shit out, and this is where I get really turned around. So we're going to set up some logic switches. What I also want to do now as well is code. Actually, I shouldn't need to. It doesn't have the freight tag. It shouldn't be an issue. So I want one of these, I think. A remote activator. So the first switch that's going to need to be thrown is going to be that one to throw onto there. That one I can throw anyway, because that's not going to affect the train coming in the opposite direction, so that's fine. And that means that once this train comes through on this line, it'll hit the pre-programmed thing. It'll throw that switch so that it then comes off the diamond onto this line. Will automatically, immediately then go straight onto that line there and go and do its thing on that line. No problems at all. So it's all about this switch. This is the important one. This is the one that's going to completely do my head in trying to figure this out. So let's start with our switch there. So if I do that, there we go. So we want to leave it open like that for now. So don't need that. Let's destroy that. So what I do need is a NOT gate. Oh wow, that's bigger than I thought it would be. There we go. Let's rotate that round. No reason I can't make this look a little bit pretty. There we go. I haven't used the NOT gate before. This is the first time I've used that one. But I've got a germ, an inkling of an idea. So, when a train comes around, it should toggle that button. So, if it's not a branch, it stays as true, and that should stay there. I think what I'm going to need as well is a condenser to merge multiple inputs. So let's plonk that there. Let's move this. I have absolutely no idea if this is actually going to work or not. I am completely flying blind on this one. Like I said, I have this theory, and I'm hoping it's going to work. Let's move our NOT gate. Well, I mean, this is because I'm trying to add automation into it. I mean, if you don't care about automation, it's simple. You can build the layout how you want it and then just run trains on it. If you don't really want to bother building a layout, there are some layouts that the base game provides, and then you go on the workshop, and there are tons of stuff that you can download from there for free. I do believe there are some mods that are probably going to be hidden away on a paywall somewhere, but there's a whole ton of stuff. I mean, there's like 7,000 layouts listed. A lot of them are going to be okay. Maybe lacking in some details. A lot of unfinished layouts. There are some work in progress layouts that are still being updated on a periodic basis. And there are some absolutely stunning ones as well. And of course, you can build your own, you know, once you figure out exactly what it is you're trying to do. So, I'm going to need a wire tool, aren't I? Let's pick one of those up. So first of all, I want my NOT gate to go here. I want that to go to there. Not bothered about the wires looking messy because they do not interact with the train at all. You can put a wire across the track and the train will go through it, no issues at all. What I am concerned about is making sure it actually works. So I think I need one of these. So let me just place that down for a second. Let me go grab a train. I've got one. Don't need to go grab one. I've got one. I'm going to wait for the ice to go through before I start messing around with things, because I just want to test the layout and I don't want to plonk this down just as the train's about to come through. I can hear it coming. There it is. So yeah, by the time I'd got this set up, that would have hit it and caused a crash. There we go. So through that goes. Let me plonk that down. Let's reverse that. Let me flip the switch. And let me just send this off. Just so I can double check the route that it takes. So as I say, oh, it's going that way. Ah, maybe it goes that way and then comes back along this way. Well, let's find out, shall we? I don't remember throwing any switches, so normally this just does as it's supposed to. Let me check, where does this one go? Ah, yeah, that's the one that goes down. That's gone. Lost it already. Where'd it go? Toggle slow speed. Oh, hang on. Yeah. So it's coming out of there. So now that gives access to this fiddle. The branch fiddle. Give him some more speed. So then he'll come this way and then go out that way to go across the bridge, or under the river first, and then come out through that to go across the bridge. this works, then I can alternate a couple of trains running on that. It might be too many, but I'd like to think it will be okay. Hear it going underneath. Yeah, you can see the separation of those two now that this one has been running for a while. That one's pulling out as this one's pulling in. So, yeah, they have looped around and overtaken each other. Crank up the speed. There he is. And from there, he'll pop out over there. Along the front, and then this is where the problem is going to occur. That's why I slowed him right down. Because he's coming around now at a point where this train is still exiting, so I might have to speed up the exit transition here, like we did with the other one. And this is the other problem. There's a... oh no, not on this one. So he'll go whizzing along this way. That's all good, that's all good. But this is where he goes onto the main line. And then comes back out this way. Now, because this one does not have... now he's going to stay on that line because he hasn't flipped that switch. Which means he then goes around the back and crashes onto the other one. Now, because this one does not have an onboard AI that can just follow those commands, I don't know if it'll actually follow any commands. I don't think it does. So... what I need now is a train that does have AI. Yoink. Let's pick that one up. Let's get back to working out this. So, I need to move this because when we come across this way, we're going to go this way. And he's immediately going to go up here. So what I need is for him to, as he goes through here, to then flip the switch back again. So I'm going to stick it here. Hopefully, this is going to work. I don't know if it will or not. Let's go Q. So, I don't need to worry about password because we're going to wire it directly. But we could do it with just a password instead. But we want this to go at start only. No delay on the trigger. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about the radius, I don't think. We need to set an AI tag for Well, technically anything, but I'm going to put branch in anyway, just in case. Just in case. There we go. Apply. Apply. So that's that. That's that button there. Now the first button, the important button, is this one. So we want this again. Start only. Instant action, no trigger delay. We want to add the branch tag. Done. So you could do it for individual trains, or you could do it for a group of trains, which is why I'm going with just branch. And then if I have multiple trains on that route, they'll all activate. I will only have to put one code in on, you know, on the switches and on each loco, rather than have to put a code on each individual loco and then put all of those codes into each switch. We want that to apply. Now we need to start wiring this up. So in theory, if this is if this is not a branch, it shouldn't trigger the switch. That's my theory. I don't know if I'm getting that right or not, but let's find out, shall we? So let's... See, that is going to be a bit messy. Let's put that away. Let's get some wire connectors. Okay, so I want to rotate. I want to rotate. There we go. I just want to keep the wires out of the way. So where's my wire gun? There we go. We want to add a wire from the button. To that board, and then from that board to that board, and then from that board, I'll probably do another one over there. Let's put the wire gun away. Let's pick another one of those up. And let's put that here. Again, when I get around to actually building my own layout, all of this stuff will be hidden once I've got it working, if I ever get it working. Let's get the gun back out. There we go. Let's add a wire from there to there, from there to there. And now we want one from there. It's the moment of truth to there. And let's see if I'm right. Let's see if this actually works. So if the train comes through and nothing happens, awesome. Let's name this one We'll give this one the branch tag, because this is our test train. It's facing the right way. No, I actually want it to go through the gate. But the right way. So I'm going to send this one off around the track. If I pick it up and move it, I'm just going to mess around things. So we're going to wait basically for it to come through after the ice. Almost sounded like something crashed. There it is. That's what I heard. Just the stopping instead of the starting. Alright, so now that we've got that underway, we just have to sit and wait. So the ice will come through, nothing should happen. And then our test train should come through and something should happen. I don't know if it will or not. I'm also going to need to potentially set up a signal here as well. Here comes the ice. Okay, button didn't get pressed. Don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Here comes our Deutsche Bahn test train. If it doesn't work, it might be because it's not running on AI. In theory, it shouldn't make a difference. On the other tests that I did, it never made a difference. Here it comes. Button gets pressed. Nothing happened. Damn. Right. So. So there's nothing on the other end. That's why. So it's not that. I just don't need this gate. I just need to wire directly, I think. Let's try wiring directly. that's just pulling in. I've got time. Plonk down to go in the right direction. Excellent. AI drive, auto switch off. Alright, that just changed the track. It'll hit the next button. Changed it and flipped the switch back. Ha 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 ha! Hallelujah! It worked. Signalling will now become an issue, so we don't have collisions with other trains. But in theory, I can now set this loose. But let's get some signals in place first. Signalling is not something I have ever tried to do though, so I'm not sure how well those are going to work. See, we have these signals that are on this gantry, but I don't know what their trigger is. See, they're all still green. So I need... to put a signal here, I think. I'm just guessing at this point. An ear out for the test train. Right, set up. Red range. 25. No. Red range, orange range. Set source track. Toggle direction. That is a very long orange range. It's way too long. So I don't need it to be that much. Don't need to be that much either. That's not enough. You know, that is alright, because I can just stick another signal down think. Because we don't want the train to stop here, we just want it to slow down. What we want is the train to stop. Here. So let's set the signal there. That's a crash. Shit. 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 Oh, man. I forgot about our test train that was running. It's busy doing this thing. And that's completely messed up. There we go. Just fixed it. Oh boy. Yeah, he just punched straight through, look. I don't care if you've got right of way. I've got places to be, people to see. Knew I'd forgotten to do something. Okay. Now I need my AI train. There it is. Doesn't like being put down on points. That's not the right train. There's the rest of the train. So that's the test train. Let's put that down on there. Yeah, here's everything that went missing. So that's what I need. clear away the rest of the carnage. Not worried about the other line at the moment, the branch line, but I do need to clear out all of that. Now I need to get this guy running again. Whew. Okay. Yeah, that's so engrossed in the signal that I completely forgot that train was still running. So, set this one up. So, red range, let's go orange range of 15. Don't need an orange range at all. I just need a red range so it doesn't go over the points until the switch has been thrown again. I think that's all I need. I'm not 100% certain, but I think that's it. Headed by a pantograph. Right, let's reduce some of this carnage over here. There we go. Got our freight cargo back together again. I think I need to make sure I have a signal over here as well. To avoid that happening again, let's grab that one. Let's set that up here on the exit of the tunnel. So I'm just guessing as to whether or not this is actually the right way to set these up. Let's get rid of the orange range, red range. I think will cover me. Let's check. Hard to see because the train AI is blocking some of that. I don't think that's enough. It might be, but I'm not convinced. So let's up it to Flip it to 10. And that will cover everything going over that diamond. Well, actually, no, just onto that diamond and across it, across the top of it. And once that's done, theoretically, that light should go green again. I don't know if this is going to work. This is why we have a test train. To, you know, test these things. Pushes the button, flips the switch, signal goes red, crosses the track, goes red too soon. Luckily, it had cleared before it hit the button. But the other train will have cargo, so the train length will be longer than just that one individual engine. There'll be either train, you know, trailers, you know, hoppers, wagons, trucks, whatever you want to call them. And then maybe something else. Maybe it'll be a couple of coaches worth. So now we have to play the waiting game, because it is being AI controlled, so I can't just turn the speed up if I want it to obey things like signals. What I will probably do is, once he gets onto the branch, is just set the speed quite slow, maybe 30 max, so that we just see it trundling around. And then hopefully it's not going to crash into one of the other trains. We'll leave the speed up a bit at first, just so it does a few rotations. I'm not actually sure what speed it's doing. I'm guessing it's probably doing... It could be doing 70. I don't think it is. It might do on the next rotation round. I don't know if there are any speed controls hidden anywhere on that route. There he is, coming over the bridge, or about to go over the bridge. He's not moving very fast, is he? Maybe 30? Might be just at whatever speed I didn't even set it to a speed. I just hit AI go. And that was it. So I don't know how fast he's going. He's just trundling along, and my biggest concern is that he's not going to actually be able to test any of the signals. I mean, there is an easy way to do that, actually. Thinking about it, and just block the track. Right, that signal is red. And he's stopping. That's good. Now it goes green because I just cleared the track. And he just pulled in. Right, I need a signal here going out so that he doesn't crash pulling out if there's a train going through. Right, let me try blocking the track over here again. Give me a train. Give me a train. There we go. Right. Okay. That's a problem. Q. Yeah, it's on the wrong source track. So it's seeing, is this bit clear? Yes. Let's just throw the red light. That's not what I need. I need it to... he's just taking matters into his own hand there, but... Ooh, that might be it. Toggle direction. Nope, that's still the wrong track. There, that's what I need. And I also want to just extend the red range just a little bit more. Like so. Perfect. Apply. You know what? I think we're almost where we need to be. Unfortunately, now I have a loco going around doing something I don't want it to do. There we go. So let's pick that back up. Let's pick that up. And we'll just plonk it there. That's our test loco. Seems to be doing okay. Let's try with a proper length train. But before I do that, let me put a signal down for this platform. Pick one of those up. I don't think there are any signals at the end of this platform. No, there aren't. So let's put one in. This has been a learning experience today. I have learned a ton. Toggle direction. It's the wrong source track. That's the right source track and the right direction. Now let's get rid of the orange and extend the red. Fly. Now it's time to do our proper working test, so let's do a save. Alright, save is done. Let's see if I've got this right or if I have fucked this up in gloriously spectacular fashion. I need to make sure that this train has the branch AI tag. I don't think it does yet. Oh, it does. That's good. Excellent. Close menu. Let's jump on boards. The eyes are hidden down here. Turn off auto switching. Speed sign. Now this will be interesting to see which one of these two trains triggers their signal first. Ah, it's going to be a crash. It's going to be a crash. Alright, so I need to signal the proper signal for this one. I really need to reconfigure this. They both just happen to arrive at the signals at the same time, which screwed everything up royally. Alright, so once we get to here, this is where you want the speed. So let's reload. So we're gonna have to go around tidying everything up and repositioning, and I can just not start that train. There we go. Right, so let's sort out the signalling issue first of all. But before we do that, before I forget, edit details. There we go. I can pick that up and clone it. So I want to set my speed coming out of this tunnel down to something nice and manageable. Oh shit! I just deleted it. Stupid. I haven't edited that bit of trash. Go. It's getting late. I'm gonna have to call it a day soon, but I'm still highly motivated to keep going. Right, there we go. Let's give this a little push that way. A little rotation that way. There we go. A little push that way. Lovely. Let's edit this. Max speed. Let's make it 35. Not too fast, but not too slow. And set the fixed direction. Toggle the source track first of all, because we're on the wrong track. Ah, that was the right track. Just in the wrong direction. There we go. Perfect. Apply. Right, rather than putting down a new signal, let's look at maybe editing this one. See, that's going the wrong way. Yeah, see, that's going in that direction. That's no use to me at all. Right. So I've got a temporary speed of 35 set. I think I'm ready. Let's do a quick save. Let's jump on board. The ice just got started as well, so this will potentially be a really good chance to actually see if that signal change works. It's only set on this track. I don't have anything changed for the ice train, so I don't know if that's going to work. What we're about to find out by the look of it. Something's about to collide. Yeah, that's not going to work. Don't want to hear the crunch. Right, so what I need to do is also edit this signal here. That one. Right, is that actually an active signal? What is that? Or is that just a... I know that one does something because I just configured it. Oh wait, I'm on edit track. I want edit details. There we go. Q. Set source track. It's the right track. It's going in the wrong direction. Better. I think. I might be wrong. I might have completely misunderstood how these are working and just been very lucky so far. Let's jump on. At least we got a chance to launch this without immediately crashing into something. At least I think so. Are we going to have a problem with the train coming round that way? Where is it? Don't think it's anywhere close. Now, it's there. Okay, well, we're crossing off the branch onto the main line. Can we clear the points before the other one comes around? Definitely have to think about another signal. Alright, so trip the switch. Cross the tracks. I'm going to need a signal on the of that train coming through as well. Didn't even think about that. Goes through. Switch has been flipped back, so that's the right way round. I still don't know what speed that train's doing. He's looping around and he's going to come out over here. See if he slows down. No, I don't think so. He's a little quicker than I thought it was going to be, so I'm actually going to slow that down. Change that max speed to 25. Apply. So he's now disappearing off this way. Once this has done a couple of laps, I'm going to call it a night. Just going to see if it will actually do a couple of laps. And let me put that other signal in before I forget. Copy that. And let's place it here. Okay, source, track and direction are wrong. Right, direction's right, source track is wrong. There we go, that's the right track and in the right direction. Let's hit apply. So our signal is currently green. Now, in theory, the next train that's going to come across off the main onto the branch, and that's going to take a little while yet, should turn that signal red. In theory. So we can see where our train is. A little bit of slowdown with some of the stuff we're putting in over there. Oh, he's over there already. Wow, he didn't hang around, did he? Right, this will be a chance for us to see our signals over here. Once again. I'm looking for our AI trains. Oh, there he is. He's not even... Yeah, it's just leaving the fiddle area. So this should theoretically be through before that even gets ready to pull out of the station. The ice is sitting and waiting, unloading and loading passengers. And there he goes. Meanwhile, our other passenger service is pulling in. Here comes our coal train. Well, not coal train, our mineral train. On the correct track. Not going to crash into anything this time. And we have a chance to check that the signal's going to work because the ice will be going through. The ice might actually have accelerated up to speed by the time we get around there. But this will be a good opportunity. See the color of the signal, see if it changes red. That one has. But we may need to change the source track. Oh, it changed red, but at the last minute. Yeah, we are going to need to change, I think, the source track. As it is, we got very lucky on the timing on that one. Very lucky. Right, so we need to check this signal now. See if it turns red. Just flip the switch to cross tracks. It has gone red. We flip the switch on that end to reset it for the main line again. The obstruction has been cleared. The green signal has been given, so that signal works. Now he should theoretically slow down a little bit. Oh yeah, I can just see visibly slowed down there. Excellent, there we go. Now, the reason I want it slow is because I want to have two separate trains running on that. Nicely spaced apart. And if you're going to do that, you need to slow them right down. We need to change this signal. It's not that. Edit details. There we go. I'm on the wrong thing. I'm not actually toggled on this. There we go. Q. So set source track for that signal. We have got it on the wrong line. Okay, that's going in the right direction on the right line. Let's get rid of the orange range. Okay, so if I've done this correctly, as our ice is now leaving the station, we should see that change colour. I'm ignoring the middle line because that is pointless at this point. As the ice comes through here and goes into the range that we just set. Yes. It's gone red. Is it going to stay red for a little while until that gets clear of the range? Awesome. That is exactly what I was hoping for. So that's good. Now I need to change that signal because that's running on the wrong source track as well. So I need to set the source track for our freight train. There we go. And it's in the right direction. It's on the right line. Let's again get rid of the orange range and just up the red range. I think 14 is necessary. That's probably too much. Let's take it down to 10. Actually, no. Let's go... Ooh, no. Let's go to 15. Because that will just give me that little bit of extra time for a train to make the transition across the tracks. So that's all good. What I do need to do now is put a signal in. Going in the opposite direction. And I want to see if this will also stop our train. Okay, it's on the wrong source track again. Because I've thrown the points, I can't get it to do what I want it to do. Will that be enough? I don't even know if that's actually going to work or not. Let's see what happens. So the middle one's gone red, but I don't know if that's actually going to apply. I think just to be on the safe side, let's set up a proper signal like we have done over here. Let's grab one of those. Plonk it there, like that. And let's just leave it like that. Hopefully that's all we'll need. We haven't seen those two trains get close to each other yet. Right, one last thing, and that's to see if our Metro car, which has no built-in AI, but to just say AI drive, let's see if this will obey any of the signs that we set. With the signals we've got in place, I'm not too concerned now about this sitting on the track. Let's just push it a little bit further around just to be on the safe side. Options. Let's give it the AI tag of branch. Done. Apply. Clues. Let's set that off at 25. And let's see if this triggers our switch. Has done, because it has that identifying tag. But it's going to plow into our capture. Let's just take those off. Okay, so now let's see if it'll obey a speed sign. Might have to actually code that to say branch. We speed up to 45. If it doesn't slow down, then we'll know. That does look like it has slowed down. Or has it? No, it hasn't. Alright. I have another cunning plan. See if I can get it to obey these signs. Only affect trains with the AI tags. Branch. Done. Apply. Apply. Not sure where he's gone. I think he's about to come back out. There he is. Alright, so now he's facing the wrong direction. That's fine, because I'm going to, again, reverse him. When he peels off this way. There we go. So let's get him going in the right direction. Set the speed to 40. So I don't know if reverse actually affects the decision on the speed. So we'll send him off. Something coming. I don't think he has obeyed that. No, he's still going at 40. Alright, so let's yoink that off. Okay, don't need that, don't need that, do need that. Alright. Am I branched on this one? Yes. Alright, well, I am going to call it a night because we've been going for, 5 hours. It's 5:15 in the morning. Time to go to bed. Starting to feel tired. Need to be fresh for Formula 1, etc, etc, and other stuff to do tomorrow anyways. Well, so, yes, that is it for tonight. Hope you've enjoyed watching along my trials and tribulations of trying to figure out how to make shit work. Learned a lot. Also had some head-scratchingly frustrating moments, but I think I'm starting to get the hang of this in terms of like switching, automatic switches and stuff, and finally now starting to also get a grip and a grasp on how signals work. So there's a lot to take in, a lot to digest. It might take me a while to remember it all, but I'm very happy with the progress that I've made figuring things out on this lovely map from the workshop. Truly is a wonderful job. But from now, for now, I think I need to move on to somewhere new. And a quick save, so I can always come back to this as it is. But I think it's time for me to move on to something different, a different map, and try and apply the lessons I've learned today to that. I don't think I'll go for something as complicated as Felix van der Lagen layout. Probably won't go to Cresta Creek either. Well, I might do. This one has a lot of single track lines, and I was doing some work on this earlier, trying to get trains to actually obey, and I was having all sorts of issues, specifically with this signal, this turnout here, which has now been rolled back because I didn't save my changes. But my basic plan was that I would have a couple of passenger trains with John Bulls that would just loop around and pull off onto these side routes and keep the middle route clear for the cargo trains that are trundling along. But I was still having issues with trains colliding and crashing into each other. It's a lovely Old West style layout, this one. But yeah, I don't know if I'm going to actually attempt anything on this one. What I might well do is maybe spend some time on another German layout, but could easily work as a British layout. And try and do some AI stop-start on these terminus platforms here. Get the AI to come out, go onto the track, go around, do a loop, maybe build a loop off somewhere, because it's just a loop around like this for both the double express and then the double freight. Express lines come back in over here, freight line comes in under a tunnel underneath just there, splits off to some sidings and then goes underneath the station, and that's it. It's just a double loop, 2-track main line on each. So maybe I can build an additional loop, like a turn-off loop somewhere on the main line, and then have a little turning area so that the train, the DMUs and EMUs don't just keep looping around and have no way of turning around without physically stopping and backing up towards oncoming trains. I need to think about it, but yeah, plenty of stuff learnt tonight, more still to try and figure out, and this might be my next little playground to figure out things on. Hope you enjoyed watching and experiencing a bit more of this game with me. I will be back at the usual time with F1 tomorrow, and then I don't know when I'll do another one of these. Might do another one tomorrow night, probably won't. Probably give it a couple of days before I stream this again, but yeah, I enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll be back again very soon.